We've already started. We'll turn the music down. How is everyone doing? Why is that there? I don't care about that. Oh no, did I not? Ah well, my Twitch go live is a little bit weird, but I keep on. What's going, everyone? How's everybody's weekend? How's everybody's weekend? My weekend is pretty dope. What do we do? I actually mostly worked on this kind of stuff. I made today's short. Played a lot of Warhammer Rogue Trader. Which was very, very fun. Ooh, I need to turn on Eugene and myself. Warhammer. Oh, right. I did change the. Wait, do I like lose? Come on, Twitch. Why aren't you showing me the channel? But yeah, weekend was good. Played a lot of Warhammer Rogue Trader, which was very fun. Very, very fun. Oh, is it because I'm not live on Twitch yet? That's why. I didn't hit the live button there. Hi Twitch. Once I get this, come on. Yeah, Rogue Trader's fun. So I've obviously been in a little bit of a Warhammer mood. We've been playing a lot of Dark Tide. We didn't play any more over the weekend, so Friday was our last gaming session. Yeah, no, it's been fun. So, but now, what are we doing today? Today, well, this week, I guess we're kind of doing these three things. So on Friday, I started out with doing a little bit of settings cleanup and refactoring, mostly on the UI. So I'll just run that here quickly. No, I don't actually care about. Well, I do care about the tests, but I don't want the tests. So yeah, we updated the settings mostly like there was a dashboard setting that I moved into just into the settings page, so that was there. And then I didn't post to, let me just, didn't post to Blue Sky. So yeah, I moved the settings around, kind of refactored that, made the page a lot prettier. And then the other thing that I did was yeah, I kind of made like a pro section and like an experimental section. But I realized that, like, now looking at it, it's already in a pro section, so I really need to kind of just refactor all of settings, and I've been meaning to do that anyways. Last week I talked about refactoring the settings repository, because right now it's very messy. Like, if I go here and I go into settings repository, like, I have an enable and I have a getter and setter for each setting, right? Which has just made this interface massive. Excuse me. Something is in my throat. I thought I got over this cough. Twitch.tv/DPAL TV. For those watching on DPAL, yes, we have notified, but that's what it is, right? Yeah, so it's just not getting the URL correctly. Just, and we'll go for 4 hours and go live. Right now we're live on Blue Sky. Shaving some yaks. Powerlifting. Sorry, just writing this quick. Post. Shaving some yaks. All right, let's go. All right, so yeah, let's just jump into this immediately. Oh, and then the other. Okay, so this is like the new settings page. So we have pro features, so it's like become a pro, DB location, and then I have an experimental, and then also like lift pros only for experimental. So I just need to remember exactly what this works like, because I think when I was doing this last week, I forgot that I initially intended for experimental features to only be for pros as well, and then they would just always kind of like move into the main app. So I'm going to update that for the UI, and then we're also going to change the settings repository structure. So I want to start with the settings repository structure because I think so. We have that settings refactor. I also did this a week ago. So this was let's just do a simple rebase. I want use incoming changes. Oops. Use incoming changes, and then I want to use our changes for the settings. Continue rebase. And there we go. So what this did is I threw this at Dante to try and figure out, I don't have screen key enabled. So I threw this at Dante to see what it would do. And so this was the refactor that I wanted to make. So basically I want the settings repository to now return some sort of setting, right? So the setting is going to be of type T. I don't actually think it needs to be of type T. So I gave it this general prompt of like, make this the settings repository, and then take each of the get set couples, right, and just create a data object, right? So really what I did is I just said like, hey, AI, like this is a refactor I want to make. It's going to be a lot of typing. Go and do it, right? So now everything is referencing like, yeah, timer enabled or whatever. So I made this. So how does this work? So when we have to pass in a setting and it returns type T. So what does that look like? This might be a lot uglier than I thought. So yeah, we pass in a data object. What did this do? Right, so each of these are objects themselves. Okay, so what I have here, right, so we still have kind of the same structure where we're setting, basically we have a key. That key dictates the type of the setting, and that allows us to either get the value that we're returning, and then we just pass these objects around. So we want to listen for this setting, and then we have all of these like device IDs and whatnot. No, so now the ugly thing that it did, the thing that I really don't like, is we have this kind of like massive when statement. So can't I? So I remember it ran if I just do like when, or I'm gonna basically copy this. So when setting remaining branches, So I'm just kind of testing a few of these to see if I'm gonna get any like errors, but it doesn't seem like okay, so I'm just going to, this was a week ago that I did this, so if I remember correctly, it did, when I was doing this, it did run into a type error. And what is it? It's like, how do I wanna like block select. Whoa, I didn't want to do that. We got the hotkey to block select. Yeah, why? Okay, so now this is type safe, and then we're just going to hard cast it as T. But the other thing I want to do is this is going to have a private function key for, or yeah, it should be at the bottom. Oh, that's bad. Oh, hell yeah, we just have it right here. Key for setting. T and string, and then we have this. Let me return that. Yeah, we'll just have that. So now we have key for setting, but we also need to do okay, so let's actually look this up. Vim block editing. Shift I. How can you insert you visual block? Wait. Pressing Control V in Vim. Shift I. What? Are you in visual block mode? I don't know. Oh wait, I can go DW. Ah, now I'm using Vim. I'm a little disappointed in myself, I'm not gonna lie. I was forcing myself into a single solution. That's what happened. That is what happened. All right, so we have key for setting. So now what we can do is kind of replace this everywhere. Key for setting. Oh wait, no, yeah, I'll just do Whoa. Key equals key for setting. And then we'll just pass in the key. Oh, wait, no. So I need to too long it? Or to into it. There we go. And then I just need to replace all of these with key. Whoa, why did it get, oh. I should be looking at macros right now. Can I just, if I do that, it'll, is there any other way I can do this easier? Wait. Yeah, so we know that there's an unchecked cast there. Okay, so now, yeah, this is going to be, so I can actually get rid of all of these key change and just put a key at the end. Could I? I'm just gonna, I know that's gonna fail, but can I actually do like when setting, can I do like setting of int? Not check for instance of erase type. Kotlin type erasure. Yeah, I don't think this is what I want. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that anymore. So what I really want to do is just kind of have like a setting of T, which I guess I could do. So it's just gonna be any, but like, so like, what about like when value? Can I do like key for setting? We'll pass in the setting. So now this key So we should know that the setting has to be of type int now. So we can... Yeah, we can do it this way. So I can do is I can go now data source dot put int key and value. No, dude. Don't do this. I see your paw. You want to bap. He wants to bap. He wants to bap. I actually do need to go to the bathroom. No, we're not playing. We're not playing. I'm sorry. I actually need to get stuff done today. And the cat is here. But he is under there. I need to get like a feeding thing for him better. Because I know I've got this thing behind me, but he never actually uses it. This thing. And he never goes in it. He used to go in it all the time. Lisa, oh no, nope. It's very close to rolling over his tail. Okay, so we have Boolean int, and then we have these other fucking things. Right, because I have like consent. So I could like throw like invalid, it's a class exception. Whatever, class cast exception. Invalid type not handled. Type exception. Bad content type. No, that's not great. Okay, so what is it? It's just illegal state exception. Yeah, I've done this in a very long time, obviously. Fuck. Yeah, whatever. Then it'll crash due to null. So that I think is better than having to maintain all of this. And then we have key changed key. Why is this? Oh, it's unreachable. And then yes, we will get rid of that as well. So now we have the illegal type exception. We have to go back into settings. So we have consent. I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of all of that stuff yet. Yeah. Because we have to do this. There's that one. It's gonna put them kind of here. So we have consent, we have backup settings. I need unit of weight, backup settings, mer settings, and theme mode. So I'm actually gonna do is then yank both. Go back up here, paste both. Hopefully they're both there. Sick. So now is consent is settings dot unit of weight is backup settings is theme mode is NER settings. Whoa. Why did it put models there each time? Okay, so now Alright, so now all of this can go away. Doop. So we've got all of our settings there. We have key for settings. We have the setting type here. So now the only thing that's like kind of annoying about this setup, or that is annoying about this setup, is if I ever have a new type that I pass in, I need to figure that out. But I think that's okay. I think that's okay because it's going to fail on this. It does suck because it's going to fail on runtime. It's not going to fail at build time. That is one downside of this. Another downside is that this is going to fail, like, not silently. It's going to crash the app, but like I will need to remember to set the thing, and if I ever try to set the thing, it will throw the illegal state exception. I wish this was compile time safe. One thing I could do is like I could do like internal sealed classes as well, so I could have like I could do like a sealed class int setting, right? Which would then be a setting of int, right? So I need to create it, and then that would have data object edit set version, right? Which would be an int setting. And then I need to, and then what I could do here is when setting and like is int setting, right? This could be true. Can I do? Wasn't this coming? I remember seeing something about that. Is my profile icon not loading for me? Is it just on my end? Oh, it is not loading for me either. Yeah, like deleted all of my stuff. What? Why is that happening? Like literally my banner is gone too. Thanks for pointing that out, Adric. Asset. I really PNGs screen mockup that. Oh, that's so ugly. Okay, I have an icon. Why did all that stuff disappear? Ugh. Ugh. How did that happen? Okay. Okay, well that's shit. I need to actually fix that quick. So we're gonna do a little last minute. I'm just gonna make a new document. I'm gonna open recent DPAL screens. We're doing some live editing. Okay, so what does this need to be? It needs to be. It needs to be 1200 by 4800. Sorry, 1200 by 480. 480. What? Let me update, upload photo, home, and what was that called? It was like path. Huh? Success. It is a tiny bit stretched. Oh wait, that's because it shifted. Alright, so what if I... Okay, because it's going to be... Okay, so... I need the height to just be less. We're just going to take you, move you down a chunk, like there. And then we are just going to... And then we're doing the selection, 330. It needs to be 480. But it needs to be bigger? No. It needs to be... Okay, so this needs to be 1200. And then it's 300. So now I'm probably doing this in like the weirdest way possible. And then this needs to be 480. It's much bigger than I thought it was supposed to be. All right, so now we need to make this all kind of centered in here. Why? Oh, because I was holding shift. Okay, so we're gonna grab this, group it. We are going to, it's gonna center it in the, we're just gonna kind of put it there, and then we're gonna copy a bunch of these clouds around. And I think that one's like there, and this one's like there, and then we need like one in there. And I also should flip all of these around because in the stream, the clouds flow that way. And then I copy all of this, group it, export, update, upload file. It was G690. That's what it. Update. Oh wait, yeah. So that's fixed. That's fixed. I go here now. 5 stream. 3. Oh damn. Always appreciate it. All right. All right, I think everything's fixed. Now we're back to coding. All right, so what I was doing, so we have the in setting. We have the edit set version. So I could split this up into like individual settings. So I have like in setting, Boolean setting, string setting, and then like you know, custom setting or something like that. And then this way I don't have the runtime error. It's back. Thank y'all. Jeez. Also, I just saw this. No. What I wanted to do was move this so you can see the little bottom bit. Okay, now we're good. The live streaming. Sorry. Still got a little, like, I'm feeling much better than last week, but I've just got a little cough still. All right, we're back. Value theme mode. Okay, so do I want to keep it like this or do I want to move it? I gotta make a decision. I think I'm okay with this just being like that. If I need to change it in the future, I can, but that's going to be a huge refactor if I need to change it. It's just going to impact so many. Okay, so do I want to move it to in settings? Because then I don't even need the type T here, to be honest, right? I mean, I should have the type T here. I still should have the type there, because the reason I'm thinking I need the type there is because if I go back into this, like, this creates type safety, right? Having this like this type here, because if I pass in a setting of type T, the compiler will not let the call site pass in a type of a different value. So I don't think I don't need these casts anymore, because I am checking if the value is a consent. So I can like d-da-da, and it should be fine. Da-da-da, d2 bracket. Why? But we know it's a consent. But I guess it has to be passed for the serializable. Huh. It's weird that those two are airing out. But yeah, because I'll need to do the cast of T anyway. So yeah, I'm good with this for now. Let's stick with it. We are going to go back to setting, and then now I also have to add a new setting, because if I try and run this, the dashboard that we moved last week is going to be boosted. Boosted. Okay, so now we call get and setting. Yeah, stop going to the bottom one. But I think I put this in as a Boolean. And then what did I have it in the actual PR itself? So in my, or what do I have it in main? So in the settings refactor, what did we have here? Ooh, what am I doing with audio? I want to go to commit, and then let's. Yeah, I just put a boolean of dashboard v3. Okay. Dashboard v3. Let's just double check that again. Settings refactor, commit. Dashboard v3 with an underscore. Yes. Okay, so there we go. Now, yes, this just also has to. So I'm also thinking. I don't need that to happen. Oh, sorry, just had to check something. Okay, so we've got this. We call get. That was failing, so now when I run this, it should bring us back to the starting page or the area. Yep, so if v3. So when we call v3, so we get dashboard v3, but what I want to actually do here is settings dot listen setting dot dashboard v3, and now that gets put there. So now it's all. So one of the reasons I did this is for each of the getters and setters that I had in the settings repository before, if I wanted to either like get, set, or listen, because sometimes I want to just like get something because I just need it in the instance, right? Usually it's for like hacky things, so I don't like doing it a lot. But you know, it's mostly just like feature flagging something of just like, hey, I just want this to be hidden now, so just get rid of it. I know it's there, like it's fine. But most of the time I want to listen for a setting, right? So now I have this nice little interface. And then the implementation is what actually, oops, that's not what I want there. The implementation is what actually knows what it's doing now, right? So I've like a settings repository, which just uses like the user preference data source, right? So user preferences, which is user defaults and shared preferences together. And this is now where I have actually abstracted the like put string, get string and stuff. So what really this should be is like the user preferences settings repository, and then if I wanted to, I would make another like remote settings repository, or something. If I wanted to put this, if I wanted to use like feature flags or something with Firebase, or if I wanted to use, really any other system, or even if I had a custom one. So this lets me kind of It doesn't kind of let me. It definitely lets me have this extendable idea where right now just all the settings are local, everything's on device, but I can create a remote one later on if I want, or a remote data source. The thing is, the data source probably won't have the same interface or API, right? Like it probably won't have the same like get it put into something. If I'm calling an API, I'm probably like fetching it once at login and then storing it in a local database, which might be our shared preferences or something, right? So I would probably have a remote one that gets called once on launch, and then the rest of the application uses the local one. But according to anybody that's using the app, they wouldn't actually care at all. At all. Cool. So now that fixes the homepage. Now let's just do some testing. I did also see that the tests will break because the fake repository. Oh right, because I renamed the settings. So yeah, let's undo that. I renamed the settings repository D2S. Ha. There we go. Right, because I changed these things on the other branch. So we are just going to get setting timer and get. I'm gonna be changing all of this very soon, so I just want to get this. This is dashboard v3. Dot set. Setting dot timer. Timer enabled. It. And then I will just yank this, paste it down there. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Paste. All right, so that seems fine now. Dashboard v3 is on, which it should be. Let's turn that off. And then we flash to regular. If I enable the timer is not there, which I think is its own bug. So why don't I'm gonna commit all of this. I'm just gonna discard all flow vi changes. Actually, let's just remove it from the project. So I did get it working with composite builds, but I'm not going to be working on that this week. And if I do, I'll just pull it again and then run the composite build stuff. So yeah, sure. Wait, no, why was this added? Okay, so something weird with the submodules. So I'm just going to submodule deleted. Okay, that seems to be what I want to do. So I'm just going to get rid of that, and then I don't have to ignore it anymore. Or I don't have to care about it anymore. I know I'm kind of cluttering up this PR, but I am the only dev, so I don't really care for now. Okay, so We have the timer enabled. We have everything there. We were going to commit this. That's what we're going to do. Refactor settings abstraction. Update settings. Update settings to use a sealed class. I know this is very small instead of a massive interface. Close that. Push. New branch. Wait, no. Actually, yeah. What I'm gonna push that. I'm gonna open up a branch. Open up a PR. What you said last week, Pedro, you're like, yeah, me not doing this thing. I'm like, yeah, I probably should do it a little bit more. I still am gonna probably just go on one branch because like I'm gonna need these changes for the next one. Yeah, I'll just create that PR. Now we're going to update the UI. So settings UI update. Oh, yeah, this is probably no. What I want to do, go back to refactor settings, and I want to run detect format. All right. Okay, there was fixes. Okay. That was confusing for a second. No, I don't want to do that. I think I have two tasks running at the same time. This is gonna be weird. Oh wait, no, detect just seems to be running now. Cyclomatic complexity, exception. How did these change? Oh, because I moved them down. Unused private member. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. Called exception. Unused private member, got rid of that. And I don't care about these. I gotta clean up my Gradle, or sorry, my detect. I did a little bit recently, but yeah, see, lint failed. Lint failed. There we go. Push. Oh, the tests are gonna fail. The tests are gonna fail. The tests are gonna fail. This is the problem with my plan, is that I kind of just want to like move on to something else, but I can't do that. I mean, I guess that's a good thing. Okay, so consent. I guess it moved it. I didn't notice the tests. Hmm? Right, and then this has to be completely I don't actually need any of this. What is this actually testing? Test device consent with correct values. Is this a useful test? Not really. It's going to change this to captured value. So this has to be a state flow of any immutable state flow. Any mutable state flow, and then it is going to have null to begin. So now this is going to be dot value. Dot value. Yeah, I don't care. Uncheck casts. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore it there, and then captured as any. Oh wait, yeah. Value. Ah! Is there any way? Oh wait, nope. Studying authentication is so interesting. Yeah, no, authentication is interesting and hard, and yeah, it's very fun. How do I write my tests? Excuse me. So I think these are, I mean, for this project, I've mostly been generating tests because the project is small enough and I do enough personal testing that a lot of the actual testing, I guess, is like smoke testing, right? Where I just kind of play around with the app whenever I go to the gym. So anything I work on throughout the week doesn't get pushed until I give the okay of it going to production. But anything I push code-wise just goes directly to the Play Store for beta testers, which is me and my partner and my brother-in-law. Partner-in-law. What? I know. I messed that up. Me, my partner, and brother-in-law. So I generate a little bit with like using open code or something where I just say like, hey, there's this class, like ensure that like given all the inputs, the expected outputs come out. And I would say that is not something that I would necessarily suggest doing the way that I've done it. it's resulted in the AI like actually just kind of like replicating the class and then generating a test. So it's not what I would suggest. Anyway, so getting back to your actual question, the way that I write tests is usually like there's is Playwright Jest in testing used, or is that something different? Yeah, they so I don't know exactly what Playwright is, but Jest is used, or at least like whenever the last couple times that I've touched web stuff, Jest has been brought up quite a bit. But yeah, so like I mean, all right, let's get into this. So there's the testing pyramids, right? Right. So the test pyramid is something that's definitely worth like understanding, or at least getting an idea about why it is this way. So there's different types of tests. There's unit tests, which are like testing the smallest unit of work, so like a function or maybe a class, right? Like, but really, really small. You want these to run like really small, really quick, really kind of be as unit as possible. Then you have your integration tests. That's where you start. That's where kind of like you start testing classes, or you're testing like, hey, given this. Given like these two things working together, how is the integration functioning, right? Like, you know, is our API and our mobile app like actually running the same way, or like, or do they have the same, or you know, once we've integrated these units into a larger system, do those units still function, right? And then UI tests is also kind of an integration test, but it's usually what you're doing is you're actually testing the UI, so that's kind of one of the things you can put up there. But really, the idea of the pyramid is that you want most of your tests at the bottom, because those are the things. System testing could be integration testing. Yeah, you're testing like an entire system of things. There's a lot of different names for these. But really the idea of the pyramid is that, I guess like to kind of like land on the pyramid back again, is that you want most of your tests at the bottom, right? Because these are unit tests unit tests are small, they're quick, they run often, right? So you want most of your testing to be small, quick, run often. And then as you get to the top of the pyramid where your tests start getting slower, like UI tests or integration tests, where you might have to configure multiple systems or they're harder to set up, you tend to want less of those, right? Because they're slower, they usually run a lot less often. They're also usually a little bit more flaky, I found, especially UI tests specifically, maybe not integration tests. But, you know, if you're trying to integrate systems and one system's down, that could be considered flakiness. But yeah, that's the general idea of the test pyramid. So system testing would probably be somewhere around integration testing, like pen testing for security is also one of those things that would probably be higher up. That's more so because pen testing is very expensive. But so that's kind of like historically how I've done testing. The thing that I've switched to a little bit now, it's like the testing globe. No, what is it? Alternative testing pyramids. I forget what it's called. Haha, testing trophy. Testing trophy. This is I haven't read this article, so I don't know, but what I'm gonna do is like, so these are the different types of testing that you can have. So you'll also see that there's a reverse pyramid where somebody says like, hey, the things that are slower, like end-to-end tests cover more things, so we might actually want more of those. But the one that I've actually been really kind of leaning into quite a bit now is testing trophy, and it's kind of what I've been doing a lot myself. So the way that the testing trophy works is you'll notice, especially with the work I was just doing. I'm gonna move this down over here. Yeah, so we'll just have the testing trophy just kind of chill right there. So when I was talking about the settings repository, when I was saying like, hey, I really want this to be compile time safe, right? Like if I add a setting, I want this to fail at compile time. That's me adding a static test in a way, right? Where there is a test where if somebody adds a new type to the system, the app will not function until that type is answered, right? So it's leaning very heavily on the compiler to kind of ensure that our entire system like has to be complete. It's or else it just won't build, right? So that's also a way that I've built that into the system as into LiftPro as well, is because since I have my domain layer that both my iOS app, my Android app, and my backend all depend on, if I add something to the domain layer, like the iOS app won't work until it handles that new instance, or the Android app won't work until it handles that instance, which could be considered. There are negatives to that, right? It does slow down development quite a bit, right? If somebody adds something someplace and everybody needs to adhere to that right away. But it is a way that I have kind of ensured via compiler time testing that my app is, that I am confident that my app works. One thing I also really always say to a lot of people, or to everybody when it comes to testing, is we're not testing to test, right? Like, if you're testing for the sake of testing, like, you're testing for a purpose, and that purpose is to be confident that your application is good, or like you're confident that what you intend your application or what your software to do is what it is doing, right? Because sometimes we all know the software does not do what we intend it to do, right? So the test ensures that it is doing what it's doing. So we're adding confidence in our release, right? And testing is one of the ways to do that. So by ensuring, using the compiler, that everything needs to handle all of the cases, that is a test. I'm using compiler static testing to ensure that most of my code is actually good, right? And then I move on to unit testing, where, hey, like, there's this function, I need to make sure that when I pass in these three numbers, like if I'm making an add function, if I pass in 2 and 2, 4 gets returned, right? Like, we're ensuring that nothing's been hard coded or something, or that in all instances we know it will work. How do you ensure your tests don't sneak some specific condition through? I mean, that really is kind of the key question. Ensure, I don't think it's necessarily, I don't want to say like it's impossible to ensure that, but I think if anybody says that they have ensured and they have a system where it is impossible to sneak test conditions through, I believe that person should check themselves. Right? It's one of those things where it's like, hey, there's the second you think that the second you think a system is impervious is when it will be, is usually when it will get broken, because then you've stopped looking, right? But there are ways, like, I mean, you can have PRs, right? So whenever you write tests, or whenever you write code or tests, somebody else has to look at the code and just make sure that you've caught all the cases. But realistically, there's very little we can do to ensure 100%. You can look at test code coverage, right? But that doesn't even really mean a lot of things. It just means that, well, it means a lot of stuff. It does mean valuable things. Like, test code coverage means that the lines of code in your app have been run when they are testing, when you are in test mode. That's all it means. Does that mean that it's caught all of your edge cases? No. It correlates to that, but tell me that you write tests as you go into yeah. So test-driven development is an idea, right? So what test-driven development, what you do, like the truest form of test-driven development would be, so let's just say I want to write a test for this new settings repository. So before writing a function, what you do is you write a test. So I would, like, let's just say I have a test, test settings. This is not going to compile, but I'm just doing it in the same file. So I would go like, hey, I have my settings repository. Let's just call it settings repository. And I want to write a function that's like settings dot delete. Let's just say I want to delete a setting, like actually just remove it from the user's system. What I would do is I would write this, and then I would write a test case where, when delete is called, assert that value returned is null. So I would write this test, I would run it, that test would fail, and then I would write the code until the test starts passing, and then I would write my next test, or you would write some test. Like this is like the process of TDD, and if you have a perfect plan, like perfect plan, which I don't believe there really exists, because you run into problems and things change as projects go through. But you're kind of saying this like TDD is cumbersome. I personally agree with that. I don't know a lot of people that like swear by TDD. The practice of like knowing what your tests are, or knowing how your tests are going to be structured, or writing code such that it is testable is very valid. Driving your development via tests, I find it very cumbersome. And also, you tend to not know what you really want when you start writing your code, right? Like, you might know, hey, I want to write this feature, or I want to write these functions, or there might be some kind of like general idea that you have. But if you start writing tests immediately, I tend to funnel myself into a certain sort of development, which my boss doesn't actually like. My boss wants me to write tests, or like the company that I work for wants me to write tests, but that's not what's driving the work. What's driving the work is they want a feature, and the tests ensure that the feature is that we are confident that the feature is what we want, right? So that feature should drive the development, and then the test should be able, and then the tests are kind of coming back. That doesn't mean that I don't write tests like as I'm going, especially for like sufficiently complicated things, or especially when like I've written something that I know is complicated and I don't necessarily know what I know that when I come back to it, I'm going to be what's going on, and if I change it, I want to ensure that the things that I've done don't get broken, right? Like that's very good. But yeah, I don't necessarily know what the inputs and outputs are going to be all the time. Sometimes I do, but even in that case, like I would, especially with in the world of AI tools, I would probably lean more into the like write the thing, ensure it's testable, and then get something to generate the test. But also that has not worked for me very well. Yeah, test confirm it's working, right? So yeah, I find test driven. There are, just like anything in software, or like anything really in life, not that whatever. It's kind of like, there are good and bad things about, like, somebody says like, hey, tests are really good and test driven development is awesome. It's like, yes, there are like bits and pieces and fundamentals, or like clean architecture even. There's bits and pieces and fundamentals that I can pull from that to kind of build like what I consider to be my favorite structure or way of coding. But to fully adhere to like one way, I feel like that's also probably shooting yourself in the foot. So for me, I mean with LiftPro, I am the dev and QA team, but that really depends on companies, on the company structure. I will say that the last 3 companies I've worked with, and this is since 2018. I have not had a QA team that I worked with closely. So the devs were expected, or it was the responsibility of the developers to take a ticket from beginning all the way to tested and complete. And there would be like bug bashes where the entire team, like PMs, designers, and everybody would go through and make sure that stuff is functioning. But no, I've not worked with a QA team for a while. Which pros and cons I have thoughts on as well. It was not clear. I've thoughts on a lot of things. Okay. Right, I was fixing these tests. Big repo, captured value. Oh, right, and then return captured value as flow. Oh. Ow. That's going to be... think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll see. If devs do write the test, you can put on your PC. Yeah. So nearly every project I've worked on for a very long time has had CI/CD. It's continuous integration and continuous delivery. So the CI is what we're talking about right now, like continuous integration. So it means that whenever you make a PR or whenever you make a branch and merge it in. So I was just showing that here. I'm just showing that right here, where I have like this refactor settings abstraction, which was the code I worked on for the first like hour and a bit of the stream. So this goes up, and then I have an automated code rabbit, which is like an AI agent, kind of look over it, because I'm the only dev, nobody's PRing my work, so I just want to have something look at it. For me, this is just kind of like why not? I can disagree with it and just ignore it. And then this is where I also have my tests run, and then I have lint. So lint is something that just like makes sure that the styling of the code is good. I personally find lint to be very, very something that I personally really need, although I'm kind of ignoring it on this project. And then I also have my screenshot tests that run. So if any of these fail, I mean, I can just force it, but I'm not allowed to merge the PR. This is GitHub Actions. This is what I'm using with GitHub Actions. Unless you're talking about the AI stuff, yeah, there is a Copilot thing. I just don't have that enabled. I personally find it. I'm also kind of on like, yeah. Anyways, I have another rant there, but yeah, this is GitHub Actions. Okay. Non-null value is null. So we get the device ID. And then this one failed. I don't think this is a useful test. So what it's doing is it's ensuring that when I call this thing, it's actually setting a value. So basically, I'm hard coding a bunch of these values. The problem here is that this settings repository can't find the device ID. So if I if I do this to null, it should actually pass now. Oh wait. Wait, why? Which one was null then? Parameter specified. Oh, so this actually, you're right, this crashed because non-null is null. Right, and then, so now for my settings, yeah, let me get rid of this. Because that test doesn't, I also need to move that other stuff I need to do, okay. No, continuous delivery is like a secondary part, right? So continuous delivery, yes. So CD, continuous delivery, is the next part where continuous delivery is after the continuous integration has been finished, right? So all the integration tests, all the testing, your PR is finished, maybe it's been merged down to main. Then you have continuous delivery where for me, continuous delivery is I have this action over here. Where just are my actions? It failed. Yeah, I have Android. It says CI/CD, but it's actually, well, I guess it is CI/CD. But what this does is it runs all my tests again. So once I merge down to main, it just runs all my tests again, just to make sure that nothing went weird, right? So everything's fine, and merging the code actually didn't change anything. And then it pushes to the Play Store. So that would be delivery. It's delivering to the Play Store, right? This would also be if you have a website, the website goes public or to the app or something, right? It's when you would be pushing any it's when you would be pushing any yeah, where your app is live, right? That's the word I wanted to use. Sweet. Now, where's the pixel? There it is. Now, let's actually start tinkering around with the UI. Settings, UI updates. Alrighty. So we've got like the backup restore. We got the theme. So, okay, so I've got this page here. Okay, so you can tap. Oh, that's not good. What happened there? I think that should change the setting, but I wonder if there was an actual crash. Ah, type Lipro is not recognized. Ha ha ha. What was it? Yeah, so JWT and OAuth. OAuth is very complex, but yeah, OAuth is used a decent amount, or a lot. It's I haven't used it in a very long time, so if I say stuff, I'm probably going to be a little bit wrong. But it's basically like a multifaceted authentication system where you say you want to auth with something, and then it has to check with other servers, and then the users can. It's like how you can log in with Google is one of the things, right? Like logging with Google, or I believe that is, yes. Because I haven't worked on it in so long, I just I'm like 90% sure. I need to implement that with or like Google is one of those versions. I'm probably misspeaking a little bit, but yeah, it's yeah, those are two very widely used ones. Really, it's just there's OAuth is my understanding of OAuth is that what it is doing is, instead of just saying like, hey, there's this key and we're going to assume that key is good, it's delegating to other servers and validating that not only you are who you are as the person that is logging in, but like that you are using a token that is from a valid server as well. If I do, I'll definitely use something like OAuth, right? So I mean, so what I do have authentication planned in this application to a certain extent, where the plan is going to be that I want to like allow users to share to AT, like Blue Sky, so AT protocol. And to do that, I actually do have a branch open, but to do that, I will need to implement OAuth. I will have to implement that. Or they can use like an app password, and then it just gives me like a token. I mean, even in the case of OAuth, you do get a token still, so it's just a different different style token. Not style token. It's just got different rules. It was retrieved differently, is the way I should say that. Okay, so how was I? Yeah, because that just had to test device 1, 2, 3. I want. Here is what I want. I want get, and when I bro, there's get string value of. Value dot name. When it's bro. All right, so I was doing that here. And then the name is just, yeah, that should be fine. So put string key name. Yeah, so I already ran into an issue where static testing would have helped me. Yeah, that's like a really high level way of explaining it, and I have mostly been on the consuming side of OAuth. I've never like implemented the back end, and even in this case with Blue Sky, like I will be using their OAuth servers. I've never actually built the server side myself. So just a heads up there. More of a like hashtag not a doctor. What was I checking? All right, so yeah, this was this. All right, now we're good again. Sick. Okay, so we're just. Do I need to? Yeah, I should here stash and pop. No. And then I want to rebrace. We're just gonna stay on this branch. All right, now we are good here. So now let's move on to the UI. So we have this settings screen. Maybe today is just a big old settings refactor. Yes. Let's over-engineer settings, shall we? You know what? I'm going to take a break, and then when I get back, we are going to over-engineer settings. I have not played the new Resident Evil. I actually have not played the last Resident Evil either, so I'm a little bit behind. I still need to finish Village, which is surprising because historically Resident Evil has been the series that I like adored. I don't want to say the most, but Resident Evil 4 is probably the game that I've beaten the most amount of times. But I'm gonna be right back. Take a little 5-10 minute break, and then we will over engineer. When back, let's over engineer settings. Can I center this? I made this really huge last time. All right, right back. Let me get rid of that face because it's annoying me. Let's over engineer settings. Whoa. How did I not notice that all the lights are on? Jeez. Jeez. Yeah, no, I'm good. Oh. All right, so what were we doing? We were, yeah, over-engineering settings. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna be using FlowVI. So fun, remember settings, interactor. What I also want to do is type alias. All right, data class. How do I want to do this? Settings. So I can have like settings state. That's how this looks. Yeah, so I have a settings item, and the settings state is going to be oh. How do I... Oh, there's also something that I just realized. So when I changed this setting, when I did this, I dictated the value. So now the value dictates where the int goes instead of the setting itself. But the type safety is still there at compile time, because if somebody hits something, somebody passes in like a setting of type Boolean with an int, that's still gonna fail. So I think that's actually fine. But how do I have this list of settings now? Is that how this works? Okay, so now, all right, and then remember interactor. So now we're gonna play around with my fun libraries, class, settings, event. Ooh. Yeah, I guess it's just going to be a set. So, oh, sorry, I was thinking about the thing I was thinking is that with the events, the thing that's going to be weird there is I don't want to have to be able. I don't want to like have to send an event back, like a different event. I didn't want one event per setting. Like that seems like overkill, and that seems like something I'm not going to want to. So what I'll just do is have a sealed class. Setting event, and then this will be a data class save setting, now setting t, and then value t, settings event. Let me get rid of that, and then this also has to be t. Whoops. Sealed interface. then we have to remember interactor. So what I do want to do as well is type, let's just go up here, type alias, settings interactor equals interactor, settings state, settings item. I think this might be the first like full interactor I've built. Oh wait, not settings item, settings event. Okay, so this is going to return and settings interactor. This is probably something that I could set up in a template quite easily. All right, so now what do we need? So the setting state is just going to have a list of settings. So the initial state is just going to be setting state empty list. I guess I can just actually do this as default. Okay. I guess I could have just done. Okay, so now we need our source. So the source. I'm gonna have to like listen to all of them. Or do I? So what I can do, because the settings item is also going to need like, well wait, so it's gonna have value, it's going to have, okay. Let's first figure out this source. So what I want to do is the settings object. How do I Kotlin loop over field class subtypes? That's a thing that I used to do quite often. Sub. I just want like, I want to loop over. Must reside in the same source set. That's fine. Oh, but they can actually have expect actual. So how? What is it? Okay, let's do the thingy. I want to loop over a sealed classes subclasses. What's the syntax for that column? Yeah, why was that not there? Ooh. Is this not a... Oh, it's the wrong settings. Ha 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 ha. Why can't I? Oh, it's setting. Sealed. Oh. Ooh. Forgot about that. Let's try this. Or just stop working there. No, I don't want that one. I want, don't judge me. I have a lot of kind of, why is this all erroring out now? Okay, so I'm hoping what was it? Ugh. There it is. There we go. Oh wait, I have it. Is that this is in presentation compose. What I'm trying to avoid, what I'm trying to do here is I have this set, I have this sealed class, which I could make an interface. I have this sealed class, and there are a bunch of these are all the sub-sealed items. They're just like my list of settings. I want to loop over them. That is what I want to do. I want to loop over them. So what I'm trying to do here is just go, okay, like setting, and then I should just be able to go sealed subclasses. It was. I'll open it again. Kotlin Reflect, I have that. Does this work in a KMP project? Yes, major cats. Bleh, catch. Can you access it in which source set you are working in? In common main, you will likely see a compilation error, because the full reflection API is platform specific. Common main, you cannot use sealed subclasses out of the box. Compiler plugin. Okay, yeah, I'll probably. Okay, so it's not available on iOS. Sick. Okay, so now the solution is now the solution. The solution. So you know what, we were talking about testing before. Here's how actually I can ensure that this works. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what I can do. Let me share this. Let me check that this works. So if I go to, no, I don't want to, let's just go to LB set test. Pop this open here. I'll just copy this for now. It's going to be settings tests, settings checks. Because these, like, what I'm really creating here, oh, I forgot I did this. Oh, wait, so if I go like v%d, haha. So what I want to do here is test, ensure that the correct number of settings are in the global list. So what this is going to be doing is it's really just going to go assert equals, and we can go settings, class, and here I should be able to, unless I have to go, if I go here, where's my reflect? If I put it in common test, will this work? If I put it in common test, how will this work? What? So we have coroutines test. All right, that's as expected. What are my other options here? So it mentions libraries. Let's take a look at those. Netherite. I kind of like this because no longer maintained. Need, is it the new repository? That's not. That's foreboding. Sealed enum. Beta.ordinal. Seal classes are certainly more powerful than enums. However, seal classes and the object subclasses. Okay, so this is actually also solving the problem that, like, reflection sucks. And then you can cool. I think I like this. Sorry, this is pretty small. So I've got, I'm kind of a fan of this. I'm actually a big fan of this. So this isn't just, so like I have a problem where I need a list of things, right? So the problem is I need to list out settings. This solves that problem, but my original solution was reflection. So like, how am I going to get reflection working in this, and how can I ensure that works, or how can I get that functioning? But this goes about it in a better way, right? It actually just generates the things that I need. So reflection has a really big impact at runtime. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this. So how do I Excuse me. I want it. Okay. Why does that fail every time? Okay, so what do I need? So I already have KSP. So I guess I really just need this. Oh wait, which should I have KSP. KSP. Yeah, I. Oh my goodness. I apologize. That was a wave of sneeze that now my ears are ringing. Ow. Wait 1 second. Ugh. Yeah, that's my ears are ringing. Alright. Oh, there's newer stuff. Why? Oh, it's because I had to switch. So I had to switch from the other thing. I need to fix this as well, but that's not for this. That's not for this. I got distracted. What was I doing? I was implementing this thing. So no space. Nope. Paste. Right. Um. Let's check this out again. How do I integrate this into KMP? The sealed enum. Okay, so I forget how I did. So I have the KSP down here, but sorry, I have KSP down here, but this is for an internal project that I only want running on Android. I don't know why these are split up. Yeah, I already have that. Oh, I guess the processor. I understand. So it's not that I'm putting KSP. Right, I understand and remember now. So it's not that I'm putting KSP into like a common main or anything like that. That's not how that works. What I'm doing is I'm putting it in like I'm adding it to this actual like module, right? So like at a module level, it has this sealed enum KSP processor, and then no, it should be whatever, yeah, and then this we'll do that. We'll just do a try again. Yeah, because I guess it's sealed enum. So that's the difference there. ASP gets applied to the module. It's been a while. It's been a while. Last time I did, when I was tinkering around with Dagger back in like 2017, 2018, I did a lot of annotation processor stuff. I'm trying to remember what one of those projects was. Like I was looking into like annotating what we now call domain models. I forget what I called them back then, but I was looking into like annotating those and then generating like response and like local objects. What did we do? What did we do in that project? And I ended up like using them for a lot of things, and then the problem was that once one failed, they all started failing. So then I kind of started ignoring them, or I started finding alternatives to annotation processors, because if you rely on them, they get they can get pretty crazy. Can get pretty crazy when things go wrong, and very hard to debug. I think we generated all of our API code based on annotation processors. Why can't you find... oh, it's in Jetpack. I think I have Jetpack. Huh. Boop. Let's just put that back there. Let's try Jetpack last. Oh wait, yeah. Dude. Settings, and build source. Which one of these is correct? Oh, this doesn't run on native. This doesn't run on native. What? Yeah, so it doesn't. Maven says this doesn't have a native or JVM target. See how this goes. Vote for JVM Android. I asked if that's not that bad. So the suggestion, why? I guess I gotta So now, so it's gonna be t extends any. How does this work? So so this gets the element name. Oh. So this gets the element name. But how? But it just returns a list of string. I don't understand. Yeah, so this just gets the list of names. Okay, what is this sealed X now? Oh, skydoves. So extensive sealed. Sealed X generates extensive sealed classes and interfaces based on some common sealed classes for each different model. Uses every different model by auto-generating. So poster UI state. Manually reduce the writing of repeated files such as UI state sealed interfaces in your project. Sure. No, that's fine. How to migrate? Sealed classes or interfaces which should be a common model to generate extensive sealed. Receives an array of model annotations. This doesn't seem like what I need at all. Extensive sealed classes. Poster state and poster details, UI state. Things information. I don't think this is what I need. So it has an extensive model. and it just takes, this is like exploding outwards instead of exploding inwards, because I need to have like an automated version of what all of these are. And then there was netherite, which is 2 years ago, and there's nothing. And then the original project is dead. Okay. I need this to classes cannot have type parameters. That's what I figured. Okay, so I need the values. We're just gonna studies device consent. Okay, bro. This also actually gives me kind of an alternative. I'm making up reasons, bro. But let me our settings. The latest red release notes. Theme mode key. Emacs enabled. Tmax enabled. I'm gonna also check on continue after this. Client URL and show total weight moved. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Show total weight moved. We have 2 companion objects. I'll get rid of this one. Tmax enabled. Then I'll just ensure this is good. This sucks. Okay, so but we at least have the values now. So let's go back to the settings screen. This is really what I wanted to do today. And this will also kind of unify this in a way. So if anybody can think of a better way of handling that. So we have the settings screen. We are going to go to the settings interactor. So now I can just go settings.values. And what I want to do is I want to map each to the settings repository. Or yeah, let's settings repository. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen to all of them. So this is going to give us a list of settings. So what I'm going to do now is have combine. We're going to grab all of this. And then we're going to have a list of settings that get returned. So this is going to... Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so what is happening here? Okay, so what I can do. So okay, so what I do here is blah, 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 blah. we have this combine function. I have a list of all the settings. So this is just a value that just has all my things here that I just painstakingly wrote out. I really wish my autocomplete was working. And then we just go settings values, we map it. So what I want to do is I want to map it to a pair, or I guess I can actually just map it to my settings item. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Map settings item. And it is going to be, the value is it, and then the setting is going to be passed in here. Setting value is it. That gets passed all the way through. Now we have our list of settings, which I guess just gets put in the setting state. And now I gotta figure out why this is, I think I have to infer type of R. I mean, I could just, I guess, no, I can't, because this is all the items. And I want to... where do I do this? I use the star... and then it's like it's in a set repository or set data source. SQLite set data source. I think I set repository. SQLite. Maybe it's the variation data source. Oh yeah, it's just we do the spread operator. Why? Okay, so the map can't figure out what it needs to be. But you are just a setting. You are a post vibing. Yes, I am post vibing right now, Van Corno. So, well, I guess actually, I did actually fix all of that. So I converted my settings repository, or I converted settings from, there's a PR up. So I had, what I had before for my settings repository was just, there was like a getter and setter for each individual setting. So I extracted that out into a sealed class. So now I have the sealed class with each like extension for each setting. And then my settings repository, I can get a setting, I can set a setting, or I can listen to a setting. And now I'm updating the settings screen to use this as like an actual source of truth. Why is... settings interactor. So now I'm trying to get too many arguments or values. Oh, whoops. Yeah, there's map. That goes there. Cannot infer R. Cannot infer R. Well, your R is any, and then you are getting a flow of list of setting items. Oh wait, no. That goes there. That goes there. So why is this? Maybe I do need to get rid of. Oh, right. It can be nullable. Ugh. Maybe I'm not liking this. Oh, Evan's fine. Yeah, Evan's good. Evan is good. I don't have a preference really. When I play games, I go by Lieutenant. Maybe I don't know. When I play games, I usually go by something like Lieutenant Fuzzy Boots. I think I need to refactor this again. So the problem is I'm still gonna run into the same problem though. I need this list. What are the problems that I'm running into? I need this list. Why is nothing? Okay, I'm just going to validate caches and restart quickly. It's going to disconnect because my auto stuff just stops working. We're building. So we have the settings item. We have all right, so that at least seems to be working now. So because this is really what I want it to do, right? I want to get for each setting, I want to just listen to that item and then I'll be able to reorder them and figure stuff out as needed. right? So what my next plan was going to be is I was going to do some stuff like make functions for say like list setting, or sorry, like setting item, setting type T, and then I'd do like, so basically what I would do is I would order it by if something is pro, so then I would be able to, for each setting, say, is this thing pro or is this thing not pro? So stuff that's not pro would go up top and stuff that is pro would go down below. And then I could also order it by like experimental, right? So anything that's experimental just by default goes to pro, and then I kind of figure it out from there. So like, right, so we do something like that, and then I would just be doing all this kind of mapping in here or in the reducers or whatever I needed it to be. Why is this not functioning? Cannot infer the type for settings. Not sure why it needs this out. Oh. I mean, I could just miss the entire idea that it had a list there. Then what if I get rid of this? Yeah. Is it because it can't figure this out? Cannot infer the type of T. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's keep going with this a little bit. Whoa. Okay, so we're running into a lot of type issues here. All right, this is not working the way I intended it to. So this is turning out to be much more complicated and much more annoying than I would like to work with. So I'm going to change this up. So I initially had data objects because I just wanted to pass in something and then get the actual value out, right? So I want to pass in like, hey, I want this setting of type Boolean. So just like give me this value back. So what I'm going to do instead, so the other option that I have here is I could go like I could have a data class of timer enabled, and this would have a val boolean, and this would be just part of settings 2. And then we'll go over here. V3. So then we would have this settings 2 timer enabled dashboard v3. Yeah, okay. I think I want to do this. We're going to change up stuff quite a bit. Setting is just going to have that ripped out. This is just going to have a list of setting. I'm going to change this to interface just for my sanity. Yeah. All right, so now we have all of, oh no, I don't know what those values were. I need to know what the values are so I can actually write here. Right, and then I go yank to colon, and then I will place that here. Oh, come on. Oh, right, there was a colon there. So I guess I'll just, yeah, yank this. And then anything that's a Boolean, I will just put this in here. Enabled. So that's all of the Booleans. But there was one that I wanted to rename. Scene ftux. And then I will delete these. So it's easy for me to tell. Ooh. Okay, so now we need a version, which is going to be int. Is there any other ones that have like some sort of version? I don't believe so. Now we have string. So I need strings. We have release note. And then we have client URL. And then release notes. I really need to get rid of I'm trying to think if there are better ways of doing this. I think this is fine. I think this is like, I know this. Because the reason why I think this is fine is this will be fine is that now each setting will have its own. Now I just have to, oops, setting. Oh. Oh, and then the monies. Yeah. What the hell did I type here? Oh, I missed the class. They're all lists of units now. This is the part. Cool. So that still gives me, I think, what I want there. Why? Okay, so now. And the setting is based, and the return value is based off of the setting. Just put them anywhere and then the formatting will fix it. I realize, and I just go boop. Yes, because these no longer have T's. Oh, there's no T required there. Because it couldn't figure it out, which makes a lot of sense. So, but how does the call site know what it's getting? Oh, I guess. Type mismatch. How does it know? Because I guess client URL has the string value there. All right, this is feeling like the way. Right, because now... All right, and then I have to go class. Oh. Ooh. Oh, right. Yeah, but now I don't need the actual... How does this work? All right, let's hope that this all works. So then set cannot infer type of T. I guess you don't actually need T here because we're just setting the setting. We're just setting the setting, right? You get it? You get it? Setting all the settings. Right, and then I just need to put the class everywhere. Ooh. So it can't figure out R, but the other ones can figure out R. It's specifically this listen function. Am I calling this anywhere else? Yeah, I'm calling this tons of other places. What does it think this is? Oh. So this R is just going to be inferred every time. So if I run this, it's going to crash. it should crash. Because it thinks I'm pulling out, because this device consent, it believes it's going to be returning a Boolean, but it's actually returning a consent. Disconnected, reconnected for a second there. So I can't have the splitting up of the setting because, well, we have textend setting and then setting has these values. Because that's going to crash. Right, even. So I can pass the classes around, trigger on them. That is not going to be compile time save. Yeah, because it just wants me to add an else branch. So I can't pass through the K class. So what are my other alternatives here? So the K-class situation is not going to work. From the settings repository, let's go back to what we had before. I definitely don't want the T's there. Like I like this setup that we have now, but maybe we just pass in Well, the problem with this API is that we have a get function where the setting, you pass in the setting and you get a value t. We have a set function where you get a setting and you pass in a value t. And really the issue that I was having because this really only sucked in the settings interactor. Because the other option is this is just really ugly, where we do like settings repository dot get Yeah, maybe this is the solution. Let's try something. Okay, we're gonna switch to GPT OSS. We're gonna get you to plan out. I would like an annotation processor that takes a sealed class/interface in Kotlin and builds out a few static functions, mainly ones that offer a dot value, which returns a list of all subclasses, or I just want that. A static function. Of that sealed class/interface. This annotation processor must work on all the KMP platforms: JVM, web, Android, iOS/native. Plan. Go, Dante, go. Okay, and then we will just kind of hammer this out in an annoying way. So I am just going to the %yank, and then I'm going to paste this here. Then we're going to D2S. Oops. Yeah. What's up, dude? Hi. Here, let me move this. I got a cat. I got a cat. I got a cat. I got a cuddly cat. One sec. Hi. So nice and cuddly today. D2U, D2, D2D, 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 D2E, D2T. Can I just actually do that everywhere? Yeah, I think so. Yep. Whoa. We now have programming hard mode. All right, so now we have all of these settings. Oh wait, this should be listen. It doesn't really have to be. This should be good. Because I want it to be listen. So yes, let's switch this back over to listen. P Now we have the settings. So what? Oh, why is this pulling in my command? Why is this pulling in my command? All right, so now we have the flows. So this is going to be right now. This can be an array of anything. It's like I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Partner's birthday gift just arrived. Okay, so we have this list. Now, I have it. How is this going? Annotation defined. Should we create, run, generate values? Separate module embedded in an existing one. Any specific constraints on the generated code? One, generate values sounds great. Two, separate module. Three, no constraints. I only really care about sealed. Currently, I only care about sealed / classes interfaces. Keep planning. Now, so we've got this list. I need to pair it with the or do we lean into this and assume that Dante's going to do what we want? Because what I could do here is what I could do here is now values get and just do a list of setting. We'll pass in the setting here, and then we map this to settings item, which is going to be a setting to it. I think this is what I had before. And then we need to spread this out. Setting. So it passes in a setting there, and then we get this out, and then what is this being? Why is settings? What are we getting here? Okay, and then now we have a list of settings. So why can't I? Oh, What? The actual type is array settings item of any. That's what I want. Oh. Oopsie. Oopsie. Okay, so now let's take a look at how Dante's doing. So a pure Kotlin JVM module that depends on KSP. Generate values, that makes sense. Source. It creates, scan all symbols for sealed interfaces annotated with generate values. I don't believe this is going to work. I don't believe this is going to work. Let's see how this goes. All right, so we have the settings interactor now. I guess I really only need side effects. Where am I? Okay, I look at the workset interactor, and it's just reducers, and it's the list of, yeah, it's just side effects. Yeah, why? The hell? Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. I thought I could do that way, but I guess that's not an option. So we have when event is save setting. What we want to do is settings repository dot set event dot setting. And I need one for each of these types. Oh, right, because this doesn't exist anymore. So this should be fine-ish, but I guess I don't actually need the state either. So I'm just passing the event through. So whatever the current value is, we save whatever the UI is sending, which means I'm gonna have to put a decent amount of logic in the UI, which I don't love as well. So this is going to have the settings state, which is fine. And now we need to go to the settings screen. So now, ooh. I guess this just goes here. And this will remember settings interactor. All right, there we go. So now we have the state and on event. So update that. Updated the name of the YouTube video to Overengineering settings. This is kind of what I'm doing. What I've been doing all day. Okay, so now we hopefully I can finish this up. So now what I want to do is put items and then items It's going to be state.settings, and then for each setting, it needs to be setting. Oh, wait. No. Oh, wait. When it's setting. No, sorry. It's item. And then let's go and change this. Now I should be able to. Yes! Backup settings. I also like don't want to show device ID. I mean, I can just like no op it, right? I can just no op it. No. Why are you running into an issue? Why am I running into an issue? Okay, so we've got... So what I can do is I can go like Emacs, settings row. Oh wait, do I not have an Emacs one? That was the only one I don't have. Yeah, so like here I can go Temacs, settings row. Why can't I? Oh, it's TWN. Did it also just like not grab all of the settings? In this case, we process it during compilation, even for your... Okay, then I don't understand why the other ones weren't working, but... All right, let's go. Start building. Oh yeah, show total weight moved. I just... So you can just do like TW on settings row. I think there's like a theme, settings row, timer. So I don't have, but we have the bro, we have backup. So we have theme settings row. I still do want the backup settings row going to be, I guess that's just going to be half. Okay, so for the sake of now, it's 3:10. I mean, I guess I can go till 5 today. There's nothing stopping me. Oh, sorry. Um, so when we have the settings, oh, I guess I do have the backup settings. Which is really just the last backup date. So I guess I could just, whoa. So we have the backup settings row that goes there. This is the lift bro row. So I'm also going to extract that out. I'm actually going to move all of these. I don't actually want to do that right now, but yeah, so, and then we have the settings row item. I'm just going to copy that into rows. We are going to rename this for the lift bro settings row. Sure. And then we go back here, we zoom out here, the percentage yank. And then we paste that there. Did I accidentally copy like the settings row item itself? Shit. Let's go. What the hell's going on here? Oh right, because I messed with this one. So yeah, we just discard all those changes, and then there we go. Mm-hmm. Oh, right, I did change that one. I think that was it. And this one as well. So we went on a roundabout way to just get back to where we were, but I'm actually pretty happy with this, assuming I can get this list in a good spot. Dante, don't fail me now. It's not going to be perfect, but, you know, I'm hopeful. I am hopeful. Okay. Are we good? Yeah, so, all right, there's going to be a lot of to-dos there. Yes, there's going to be a lot of to-dos. So, what do we have here? So now we have Show Pro. Pro headers. What is Show Pro? Right, I need to get rid of that anyways. We're just gonna get rid of this. We have all of our items. Oh. Lift Pro settings row. Oh. Didn't name it right. Client settings row, dashboard v3. I think device consent. I think that's also device ftux. You can't be here if you're not there. Device ID. Where's Emacs? So we have Emacs settings row, and I think I have the other ones. Edit set version, that is also empty right now. MER settings row. Yeah, it's a little latest red release notes. I could put release notes there, timer enabled, and then unit of measure. Unit of measure I don't think is on this page, but it should be. Okay, so now we have all of these settings. There still is some to-dos. I am just going to take the timer. Okay, so we have our local server. We have show pro. So if you're a pro and the local server is not null, I can leave this here for now. I am going to take away the color change though, because it's going to be on its own. I'll also take away the padding. Oh wait, no, yeah, that's exactly what I want, because I still want. Just call it super experimental. So where do we have this information? We've got our become pro, which goes here. Whoa. Okay, so I want this timer and dashboard 3. Oh, come on. We have the timer enabled, Tmax. And the timer enabled is just going to be this. Ah. What did you do? What did you do? I can get rid of that. I know I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. What? What? Why did you just delete? Ugh. There we go. just gonna get rid of that for now. We're just gonna let Dante do his thing, and we'll get rid of that for now. Did I break it? Oh yeah, this isn't going to work though, because all of this is going to return empty, and that's going to error out. So experimental expect bugs, and then we have super experimental. So this actually... And then we just, oh yeah, this is just the like current version and stuff like that that I just have pinned to the bottom of the settings page. Ooh. Um, is that work? So what happens, I guess this just happens if I hit show paywall, which I have now. I understand that Android enabled Windows. I see Linux users say Android is Linux a lot, but I fail to understand that Android enabled Windows. Not a bloatware, as to save costs. Yeah, no, I agree. Valid points. Why?
You have 3 to 4 minutes.
Huh?
If you have 3 to 4 minutes, if you could just...
Okay. Sure. Okay, what time is it? I guess I could take another quick break. On Android users who use Windows computers tolerate Windows ads bloat as well. Yeah, no, I mean, all operating systems definitely have their problems. I use Android mostly because I just find it. I mean, it's like I find I can do more with it than iOS, especially as a developer. But that's just me. That's just me. I totally get that though. Oh. Well, I mean, hey. It is what it is, right? I have wanted to install Oxygen OS on this. Sorry, not Oxygen OS, Scrapping OS on this, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Also, since I do this development, I'm kind of worried that that'll slow this down quite a bit, but it is on my mind. Graphene OS is dope. All right, so that is going to crash, which makes sense because I believe... Ooh, oh. This might be a problem. I'm trying to think. So, okay, so we have settings interactor. Okay, actually, Sarah asked me to come downstairs for a minute, so I'm just going to be right back. And then we'll continue that. Be right back. All right, I'm back. So the problem that was found, the problem that was oh, why, where button programming. The problem that was apparently there was a noise, and Sarah thought it was a mouse. She wanted me to. I already have a book. I don't need that. She wanted me to check it out. So I checked it out. Okay. So we need a serializer on. So here's the problem. We've got. So now do all of these need to be serializable as well? Oh, there's no serializable for any. No. Wild card, that might work. Did it mess up with this again? Did it mess with this again? Stop! Why do you mess up so much? Okay. So the project was found. Maybe did the missing was checked for. Oh, it was failing on that stuff. Okay, so that's fine. I'm gonna run into issues with enabling that and my stuff. That is okay. What? Did I like break something pretty crazy here? Oh, I'm already here. That's the problem. So, why does that have to be serializable? Right, because this is huge. Oh, that was pretty cool. That's actually pretty dope. The little like effect you get there. Okay, so I can't have an item of any, and this has to be. And I can't do any. I think I need to change this. Okay, so what needs to happen is we're gonna make a sealed interface for the settings item because I need to abstract this. So the domain layer is fine. The domain layer is everything I need it to be. That's good. Now I need individual settings items for the actual UI because I have some that I'm ignoring. So we're gonna split there. We're gonna go to the settings screen. When item. So data object backup. Settings item, data class lift bro. I'll do the lift bro there. And then what do we have next? This is going to be a settings for like the the consent I don't care about. ftux I do care about the consent. I just don't care about in this situation. Emacs. It's like max. What is this? It's like the max. It's like the max settings, right? It's like what settings do you want to be shown? Do you want to be shown just like your one rep max? It's like max appearance. Oh, it's Emacs, Tmax, and then we have MER settings. There's more MER settings that I want to set. I just haven't done any of that yet. What does this handle again? Wait. I want a theme. So it's theme mode. And then what did we have last? Timer enabled and then unit of measure. I do want to add unit of measure to this, but I'm going to ignore it for now. I'm going to ignore it for now. Excuse me. Sneeze. I did not. But no, I did. Apologize. Okay. So we have the timer enabled. And then that is basically what we're going to do. So now this is going to be a list of those. We're going to this is just going to be easier to add the remaining. So unit of measure doesn't go anywhere. Timer enabled goes right here. Theme settings. App theme, we go right there. TWM settings, go right there. Oops. Oh, yeah. TWM. I guess I have two show TWMs. Oh yeah, show TWM and then show TWM, MER settings, max enabled, enable Emax, enable Tmax. We're gonna do that. And then, so now we have MER settings. Max appearance, that's the Emax settings row, which is going to be weird. We have DB location, which is client settings. This is feeling much, much better. And then we have dashboard v3, which is this monstrosity. And then we have the bro. All right, so that gets all of that away. I think we're in a good spot now. So we also do have the local server. Oh, now you're failing? Oh, right, because I need to do the mapping now. Okay, so I think that's good there. There's going to be some oddities that happen there, but we're going to look at the settings interactor now. So what I need to do is I need to have so now I need to do the settings to item, which I can also. I think that needs to be value t. So then what I do is I go setting to item it, which should fix that. Now I need to be able to. Back up. If it's But they should be the same thing. It's not giving me an unchecked cast there either, which is interesting. Interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this all the way down. Oh, this has to be a return. All right. Make money. Let's actually just delete all these. Okay, so when we have device consent. Oh wait, no, we don't care about consent. So this is actually going to return null. And in this case, we're just going to return null. Same here. Oh, cool. Ooh. This is interesting. I have something because I these both return the same setting in the main chunk. Can you do map to item? Yeah, I can do that. Just to, does that just make your brain happy? I should be able to do that, right? Huh. I have an interesting thing there. I could I mean, this is all like internal to this class, right? So all of these go to item. That could return null. Like I could, no, I don't want to have like another subscription or something. What do I want to do here? I could do something really stupid. Okay. These might need to just be separate items for now. Also, hey Phaedric, sorry if I didn't say hi. Yeah, so we're gonna go max appearance. And then we'll just set these. Set these both to false. That sucks. Okay, and then that is also null. This is null. This is MER settings. I know. There's a bunch of other settings there, but I haven't actually used any of them, and I don't think I really intend to for at least a little bit. So TWM, theme mode. Oh, it's mode. And then timer. And then unit of measure is also null. And then we also have null there. That looks like it's got like a weird notification, so I just wanted to double check. It was a very, very obviously fraudulent email. Just a shitload of numbers. Just a shitload of numbers. Okay, so now we have the settings item to list, right? And then the thing that we did there is we need to now filter not null. And then I also want to order these. They're not being ordered yet, so this is gonna look funky, but I'm just I want this to all to build. Yes, today is the day of overengineering. Today is the day of overengineering settings. I missed another bracket. All right, so we got nothing coming through. Hi.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. I am trying to figure out what's going on here, why this stuff isn't showing up. So I know why these are showing up, because they're hard-coded. I should actually get rid of the experimental. Why is the local server... There's other weird stuff happening. Anyways, okay, so why is these... why are the items not being pulled together? Oh, right, I guess I'm not actually... So the initial state is empty, which explains this. And then we should be getting these. Let's see what we get. Yeah.
No.
I'm just doing a bunch of Hi. Hi.
And sometimes you're working on exciting features, but settings It's not, it's important.
I didn't get anything. Debug EH.
Okay. Okay.
So on start, thank you, bye, love you. So on starts, because I'm still returning empty list, because we need to check how Dante's doing with his task. Okay, so we have, what I did is I built out the UI, and then I got Dante to build a KSP processor. So there's KSP values processor. So what it should be able to do is it should add basically a list, like a static list function on anything. So let's go down here. Wait, no. I want settings.gradle. Come on. Why do you keep doing that? Now we have to uncomment this, and we're gonna run into because of the receiver type mismatch. JVM. What is this problem? How does this one look? Huh? So and then we got JVM target, which I should have noticed up here. Kind of crazy that it's just like the stuff that it's putting in is not working, but hey, I did give GP2SS a relatively decently big job, I guess. All right, so we are building. So now we go to, can I, like, okay, there we go. Sorry that was so small all day. I can't believe I didn't think to make that bigger before. So now we go here and we have We have our screenshot processor. And now we have the KSP values processor, which I really need to change the name of. Need to change the name of. Can you not? Class interface or object. Sick. I thought so. I thought so. Hey, visibility. I don't even know what that is. Oh. Oh. Oh, that almost scared. Oh. What the hell? All files? Okay, so it just got a few things wrong, but not too bad. All right, now I need to actually test it. Wait, I need to go to setting. And then I need to value. What did I name it? Or what did I tell it to name it? Shit. Excuse me. Generate values, that makes sense. How does this work? So I have the KSP. Wait, don't I have to? Don't I have to do this for it to actually like trigger? But this is gonna error because it's only available for the JVM, I believe. Yeah. Well, maybe I split it into two things, right? Like, maybe. So what I'm thinking I do here, so the issue I'm running into is we have this KSP values processor, and I need to depend on it both at the implementation level and at like the KSP level. So I can depend on it at KSP, that's fine. So what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to try copy pasting this, and it's going to be values annotation. You don't need this. You don't need that. Yes. And then we're going to go to settings. All right, that, and then this is going to be annotation. Now we're going to go back to here. We're going to sync. I don't know why this is on Android. It should be on projects. So we have the KSP values processor and we have the KSP value annotation. So I'm going to delete the generate values from here. Actually, I guess I'll implement this first. Oops. So now we're going to sync that. Now I'm going to delete this. Refactor anyways. This is going to error out. Let's just go into ext and copy what it is doing. Oh wait, no. Extensions is a bad example. Let's do Navi. Where's the settings? Wait, so, all right, because these have their own shit. I just need your build Gradle. We're gonna pull this. And then I'm gonna yank all this. Compose, I don't need any of that. I just need it to be multi-platform and I need it to build for everything. Unresolved reference, JVM target. I guess I don't need this. We have alias libs, Android library. There we go. That was the one I was missing. Okay, so we have this now. What did I? Oh. Whoopsie. Does not define compile time, SDK. Why do you not do that? Yeah, we'll just... This doesn't really matter. Oh wait, no, I don't want those. I don't want those. Just go. Oh, Android manifest. Where do I need to put it? Oh, set namespace. I do have to have a namespace. I thought so. Why did I think I could get rid of that? KSP values annotation. Declare repository providing the artifact. Where is this happening? No resolved project, KSP values processor. It's local. Secure repository providing the artifact. Even local? I don't think I've had to do that anywhere else. And if I have, I'm gonna declare that as me being... Yeah, but I shouldn't even need to... KSP VALUES VS ANOTATIO. Oh. Oops. Can't use dashes, have to use underscores. All right, both seem to have worked. Project with, okay, so that can't be found. But this works. And why? Wait, what? Now it can't. Wait a second. So required by processor test cannot resolve project. Why am I running test? Cannot resolve. So it could not resolve this. Is that... But if I swap it out to be... Is it because I missed this? Why? Okay. I'm getting out options. Also... Generated the KSP values annotation slash processor files. When I try to integrate my project, I get a failure for resolving the libs KSP annotation module. Let's see what I can find while I continue. Okay, it's going through stuff. So I can't find... Oh. Cannot determine the dependencies. In that process, sure. To build a column multiplier, you need to generate the values function for every single class. We need to keep separate. Wait, what did I choose? 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 Let's fix what it's doing. Is it bad or not? I'm gonna fix the second one. Oh. That makes sense. The annotation should be usable common code while the processor only runs on the JVM, which causes great deal of confusion since source attention, it doesn't need Android at all. Go. So it's going to get rid of library, which again is causing the problem. I also don't need it. When I only had multi-platform, I was also running into build issues, and adding Android fixed it. But I am confused. We shall see. Yes, it figured out. It requires Android. Yes. What is it doing? Okay, no, that makes sense. Just rewrote it with explicit. Just fix the import. Why are you doing API? Why are you doing API? If I go to setting, yeah, sorry. The error about setting is there because I started tinkering around. Do I actually even need this anymore? So I still might need it. I still might want it. But let's go into settings interactor. So if I go to settings interactor, right now I'm getting all of them, and what's happening is I'm converging them all into, but if I really were to actually just get this myself, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'd be 8. Do I have a... Oh wait, they were at the top. So I did up to 7. I did up to 7, so this would be 8. And really what it is it's just... Because the other option here is I could do like generate values here, right? And then just loop over the settings item. And then fetch one for it. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna start doing this. It's flow ext. So we're just gonna yank this, paste it down here, add another space, add another space. And then we're gonna go to a big old T8, flow 8, flow T8, T8, and there we go. And then we have the last one, array 7 as T8. So now, why is this? Oh, there we go. So now we have that. Wait, it's settings dot pro. Pro? Oh, setting dot lift bro. Settings dot pro. Settings dot pro. I am just going to copy that out and then so we have dashboard v3, and then we have, the max appearance, which is just 1, and then we have MER settings, and then we have show TWM, then we have app theme, and then we have timer. So this is going to be interesting because what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to do another combine. I usually regret doing this pretty quickly, but we're going to try it yet again because we never learn from our mistakes, right? Okay, so now we have client URL, dashboard v3, Emacs, Tmax. Emacs, Tmax, MER settings, TWM, theme, and timer. So now that's going to be all of those things, and then what's going to happen here is we're going to return settings item, .max appearance, Emacs, Tmax, Emacs enabled, Tmax enabled. That's good there. We return all of this, and then we have all the items. Pro, client URL, dashboard v3, max appearance, MER, TWM, theme, timer. Now we get to order them in whichever way we want. So this should 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I just need to return something. So what I want to return is a setting state. What we want to have is we want to have a list of settings item dot dashboard. Dot backup. So we have backup, pro, client, dashboard, max appearance, MER, TWM, theme, timer. Okay, so now what order do I want them in? So I want the bro to be first all the time. DB location, that can be up top, dashboard B3. Max appearance, go TWM, app theme. That can go there, DB location, and then so the other thing I was thinking is we have items, and then we also have row items. Equals empty list, right? So we have items, we have pro items. And then there's also like experimental. There's items, there's pro items. So we have the bro. Oh, right, because I moved them out of order. Bro equals bro. Bro equals bro. Wait, what? Oh yeah, now I want my combined. Now I want my combined. There we go. So app theme equals theme, DB location, client URL equals client URL, enabled equals dashboard B3, max appearance, we can actually just pass that straight through. Enabled equals mer dot enabled, show TWM, enabled equals TWM, and then timer, enabled equals timer. Ooh. Oops. Okay, so I don't need the 2 item anymore. Oh, I did this. Oh, did you do things? The annotation processor is now built and working. Here's the summary. How do I... Oh, generate... excuse me. What the hell? What the... but now... Build the Android or iOS app. This is... I need this to work for all platforms. Android, iOS, desktop, and on the web. Why? It just got rid of... It just broke everything. Oh. Try building app Android. I can't build though. I'm not even like getting to the build part. That's because it changed it all. So what happened is I want the processor to be separate from the annotation processor. I don't believe it does. Just ignoring the output. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, so put everything back. Well, you'll be able to figure that out. Put that back on, but you're already there. You already have it. You should be able to see it. Because you just can see it here. Android app's still not building, I'm guessing. Unless it is. Okay. That's good. Where did that happen? Ah. There we go. Forgot to actually pass flow 8 through. Sick. Okay, so everything's still gonna work because so you'll see like everything's in a weird spot or kind of like an unexpected spot. There's also this like become pro and experimental features. So what I should do is I have pro items. So I have pro items. If pro items are full, I can show okay, at least know that that's working. Okay. How am I going to do this ordering thing? The ordering thing. So like I said, I've got things split up into there's basically like there's a couple ways I can do this. I can split this up into the thing that I was talking about here, where I just have like regular items and then I have pro items. Then the pro items will just always show below this like pro header with whatever's required there. Another option what is another option? Is I basically want it like, here's the things you care about, and then like here's like the pro features. So yeah, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do an empty list, and then we are also going to have. Am I going to need another listen here? I think I might. So we are just going to pull this and paste this. T9. What is this? Texting? Okay. Sounds like it's from Mass Effect. That's sick. Pretty sure. I hope that was the intent. Okay, so now we have T9. Listen. Pro? Wait, what happened to... So this is just where I'm injecting it into the UI, but where is subscription type? So subscription type actually doesn't go anywhere except for Pro. Okay, so then what I need to do, actually didn't need to make that extra version, but what I will do, so pro equals subscription type dot pro. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the pro items. So it's if pro, use these items. Else this. Now, which ones do I want here? So I want DB location. Sorry, DB location is actually totally okay to be in this list. I want it to have two lists because I want like pro items and then I also want experimental pro items. Or do I? Okay, so we need. Okay, we're just gonna do it. What I was thinking of there is how I want to actually split up these items, right? Wait, no, DB location can stay up there because that is technically functioning. Max appearance has to go down here. These are at the bottom. MER settings. Show TWM. So we have bro, backup, app theme, DB location. These are all of the things that are available for pros. And then we have experimental. I'm just going to make another list for experimental. And then this is going to be no. Oops, I want a remaining branch. And this is just going to be the card for item. So that is all gone. And then this goes down here. Local server.current. All right, this is going to look a little bit weird on iOS for now. So basically, yeah, we're just checking if the local server exists, and then we put it through, and then now we have the card for setting. So what's going to happen now is, so we have the items, and then we're going to do card for setting, and then we have if the subscription type is null, pro features. So now after this, pro items. So basically what I can do is if state dot pro items is not empty, if it's not empty, then sorry, if it is empty, then we show this, and the launched effect can go away, and we got the items up here. Now we loop over the pro items in the card for setting, and then we have this experimental. So I guess we have the settings row item. Oh, I didn't put my Okay, so now we have backup, pro features, become a pro, sign up for an ad-free experience, extra premium tracking metrics, and then we have experimental spec bugs. Okay, so this actually isn't looking too bad. I do want to update experimental to also have the same thing where it just goes if pro plus empty list. So this way all the experimental stuff stays behind pro. And then I am going to go to the settings row and just, sorry, the settings screen. And there's a card for setting. Hi. Become a Lift Pro. Oh. Okay, so what I want to do here is I have this row. I want to say like maximally effective reps. There we go.
Look at the time. Look at the time.
Oh, do we have to go?
9:30.
I guess so. Wait, this all builds now. So if I go to settings, or setting, can I? If I go to like generate values, oh. Okay, well, I didn't end up using that annotation processor, but I built it. Or it was built. This isn't gonna work because it has a type T. Oh well. Anyways, I'm gonna submit this as a PR. I will share it in the video or in the link down below, as I usually do. But yeah, good hanging out, good chats, good to see everybody. And yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm not going to do any more settings stuff. I'm going to try and figure this all out tomorrow, or at least finish this Wednesday. Moving back onto the timer stuff, and at least getting like a base version of that out. And then, what was the last thing? Oh yeah, V3 cleanup for dashboard V3. And then I also want to. The thing I'm thinking about doing for a little bit next week is I'm probably going to start thinking about like running local models on the device and actually start hooking this information that we have about the user at it, right? And just saying like, hey, maybe it can generate some workouts or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyways, but yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you all had a fantastic day as I did. And yeah, see you all Wednesday. Well, bye everybody. Bye.